5 o'clock on the dot this Tuesday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, and summer just won't go away. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. President Biden's son, Hunter, going to be in the hot seat of sorts today in a federal courtroom in Wilmington, Delaware. He's going to face charges he violated federal gun laws in 2018. Former President Trump reportedly expected to be in attendance today for day 2 of his civil fraud trial in New York. Here's Rhiannon Alley.
Yesterday, Trump sat with his arms crossed, shaking his head throughout opening statements, sometimes muttering under his breath. New York Attorney General Letitia James was seen staring at Trump. She accused the former president of fraud.
No matter how powerful you are, no matter how much money you think you may have, no one is above the law.
The former president using familiar language to describe yesterday's proceedings.
It's a witch hunt. It's a disgrace.
His son Eric on Fox News overnight claiming the trial is designed to keep his father off the campaign trail.
They want to have my father spend tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars, so he's distracted.
Right now in Tennessee, hearts are heavy in the law enforcement community after the death of Knox County Deputy Tucker Blakely. Sheriff Tom Spangler announced last night that the 29-year-old Blakely was shot while responding to a domestic call on Sunday and has died of his injuries. Deputy Blakely was on his last patrol detachment because he was selected to be a canine officer. He leaves behind a wife and a 5-year-old son. And right now in Nashville, the first meeting for the new Metro Council members is today. Olivia Hill has been sworn in as one of Metro's 5 at-large council members and the first transgender representative elected in Tennessee.
Representation is everything. I've been approached by so many moms and dads and teachers and leaders that have thanked me for running, because now a lot of the trans community has someone to see.
Channel 4 says Hill's a military veteran who served in Desert Storm, and she says improving Nashville's infrastructure, one of her top priorities. Metro Nashville's Community Oversight Board that investigates complaints of police misconduct will be laid off during the coming days. That is, some staff there of the Community Oversight Board will be laid off. Got to comply with the new state law that requires local governments to dissolve community oversight boards and change them to civilian review boards. The newly formed Nashville Community Review Board is expected to meet October 27th. No winners yet in last night's Powerball drawing.
Tonight's winning Powerball number, that's going to be 5 in your Power Play multipliers, 2.
Now the jackpot now climbing to an estimated $1.2 billion. The next drawing is tomorrow. It'll be one of the largest lottery prizes of all time. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Here's Daria Albinger.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. Stocks closed mixed to start the week in the month of October on continued worries about interest rates. The Dow fell 75 points while the S&P rose a fraction and the Nasdaq closed up 88. Rising mortgage rates are keeping more prospective home buyers out of the market, and they're discouraging homeowners who are locked in ultra-low rates from listing their homes for sale. That combination is worsening the affordability crunch, especially for first-time home buyers, and experts say it could extend the nation's home sales slump. Gas prices are soaring in California, mainly because production is down at West Coast refineries. The AAA says the average price in the Golden State is $6.08 a gallon. That's up some 80 cents from a month ago, and it's much higher than the national average. The Anderson Economic Group says 2 weeks of the United Auto Workers strike has resulted in nearly $4 billion of losses.
All right, let's check futures ahead of the opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures up 25, S&P up 4, Nasdaq up 4. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
All righty, if you're awakening, as soon as you hear this voice, you know it ain't Dan Mandis. No, indeed, recovering Congressman JD Hayworth back behind the mic on this Tuesday, October 3rd. And in the background there, to start us, I mean, when you're waking up Music City, USA, it just makes sense to go back and find one of the great morning songs, M-O-R-N-I-N-G. It's a happy song. Donna Fargo, I think it was 1971. All I know, I was in junior high. That's what we used to call middle school. Yeah, I'm one of those guys, a boomer. I confess to it.
1972, Brother JD.
Well, there it is. Brother Ken Weaver, like yours truly, a maven of music radio before finding fame, fortune, and a chance to filibuster in talk radio. Brother Ken, how are you this morning?
I'm doing all right, man. It's good to talk to you again.
Yes, sirree, Daddy. And can I go ahead and tell the off-air adventures of you and me in social media? I was so pleased the other day. And there's a point to this. As you're waking up, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, if you're looking for me on social media, I got off Facebook a long time ago because the man-child, kind of like a Bond villain, come to think of it, that guy over at the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, kind of looks like a Bond villain too. Anyway, got rid of Facebook. Okay, I'm on LinkedIn. Its political orientation is about the same as those other lefties, but I thought, well, here's a business thing. And the other day, as I had invited Ken Weaver to link eons ago, I look, Brother JD. Now, I don't know what we're supposed to call it. You know, back in the day when you learned to write letters at school, your teacher would give you the facts of life about mail, M-A-I-L, not this confusion stuff that they're trying to foist on kids in a lot of schools today.
Yeah, the tangible.
And boys and girls, there's something called a dead letter office. And I don't know across the ether in the catacombs of the internet where you had stored that thing, but it sure was nice to get linked in with you.
It was with you too, man. I mean, it was front and center, and I thought, Brother JD.
Yeah, you're okay. Well, and this happens too. In fact, if you want to, confessions of the internet, no, not that stuff.
Right.
But 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Is there one of these social sites that you've gone on to and you went, not because it's seedy or anything, maybe you couldn't figure out the technology? There's another one like for business, Alignable. And my alignment went to HE double hockey sticks a long time ago. But just this morning's question, not a pop test based on personal experience. Have you ever gone on some sort of social media and said, nah, and been like Brother Ken, ignore an appeal from one of your broadcast colleagues for months and months and light years?
I promise you, Brother JD, I never saw it. I would have accepted that right off the bat.
Well,
man.
We see what's going on now, obviously. We see what's going on now. The powers that be, they're saying, we don't want these broadcasters conspiring.
That's right.
Because, my gracious, now, Ken always plays it straight on the news. By that I mean objective. But obviously, when I get on the air, sometimes, well, it looks like the old transmitters. If you're hip to broadcasting, we used to have these big filament things.
Yes.
That look like, a combination of black light stuff and greasy, grimy gopher guts. Mm-hmm. Now, as Pamela called him yesterday, young Mason has probably never been exposed to the filament of a transmitter. Mason, you can answer that question if you're around.
I have not. No, I have not.
There are those pipes.
Yes.
Well, we would go in and you'd flick that switch, and this is back when you had to be armed with a third-class radio telephone license from the Federal Communications Commission with the broadcast endorsement, because it was elements 1, 2, and 9. And yours truly, when we have to go and take meter readings, since I proved illiterate, that's as opposed to illiterate. I was a little slow in math, which, hey, let's go to Congress and work on the budget, right? Okay. And we'll have more about that. And the real name, the official name of what the newspapers call a shutdown, that's all ahead. Plus, Brother Ken, I know you are waiting with bated breath, although I haven't seen an instant message from you about this. When you heard Donna Fargo and you answered the question of happiest girl in the whole U.S. of A., you gave me the correct year of 1972 from the Super Chavaliers. Yeah. You failed to say, JD, I wonder who is the absolute happiest girl.
Oh, well, I know that.
USA.
I just asked my wife.
Well, that's true. Aside from domestic tranquility, keeping it constitutional, that's cool. When we come back, I will tell you the happiest girl, although maybe we shouldn't call her girl, in the whole USA. But right now, it's 15 past 5. Oh, Brother Mason, do I do this or do I just kick it for one of those big voice things, that intro stuff?
We got traffic waiting for everybody right now.
Well, then, let's see. Do I get to say from the Paul Winkler WTN Traffic Center? Let's check traffic. Big Jack, what's happening out there, brother? JD Hayworth, Super Talk 99.7 weather, Middle Tennessee, Music City and environs. Why, it's August and October.
Yeah, it's not going away, man.
Yeah, man. High today, 88?
Yeah.
Low tonight, 61. Right now, if you step outside, it's a rather pleasant 62 for you to make music or do whatever you care to. Brother Ken Weaver, did I swipe? Are you supposed to do the forecast, or was it cool for me to do it?
Nope. That's when you do it.
It's good. You know, when Dan the man leaves a note for me, it's kind of like when you're going to house sit. And thank goodness even though some people are slow on the uptake in this internet world, sometimes. We do get different email messages, and Brother Dan the Man Mandis has a keyboard, and so he's kind of written out what we call in the biz a format clock. Now, prior to the check of traffic and that brief forecast, I asked, who is the happiest girl in the whole U.S. of A.? Brother Ken said his wife, and we shan't debate that. Why, if you can ensure domestic tranquility, if you can be constitutionally great, that's marvelous. But I'll tell you right now, it comes down, you know, in a beauty pageant, you got the 10 semifinalists, and then they break it down to like 5 or 3 finalists. Well, there are 2 in the running now. One is the gal who lives in Maryland, who just got appointed to the Senate out in California, as Farron Young used to sing and wind me up. I'd like to thank the man that raised the grapes way out in California. So way out in California, gruesome Gavin Newsom decided to get involved in a little pay for play. He takes the lady who was running the pro-abortion PAC Emily's list, early money is like yeast. It raises the dough. There's a temptation to talk about an OBGYN affliction involving yeast, but I shall avoid it by mentioning it. So that would be one finalist. And given the fact that this is broadcasting, and when we revisit the whole smiling cobra, gruesome, Newsome, pay-for-play thing in our 8 o'clock hour, perhaps we shall delve into that even more. But the happiest female yesterday had to be the Attorney General of New York State, Letitia James, because she was the candidate who ran on, I'm going to put Donald Trump in jail. You don't believe me? I'm not scared of him. And when she was running, it was back when our 45th president was in the Oval Office. I'm going to put a stop to this, said she. And in between apparent audition tapes for the remake of That's My Mama, which is the only thing I can figure, Tish went through an attitude adjustment. She tried to muffle her happiness. And when we come back, we'll share some of that with you. Right now, it's 20 past 5 Central Daylight Time. JD Hayworth in for Dan Mandis on Nashville's Morning News.
Hey folks, I'm Paul Winkler. One of the biggest decisions people have to make in retirement is how to take Social Security. You'll get all kinds of workshops about that, and you'll see all kinds of things about that particular topic. Because Social Security, for some people, it might be a third or even more of their income in retirement. So you want to get this decision right. Well, how do you make the decision? Well, one of the things we look at, there are programs we use. This is one of the simpler programs that we use right here. And I want to just show you how it works and how it actually unravels some of the misconceptions we have about Social Security. So we have two people here, they're age 60, and they're looking at filing for Social Security. One person has a retirement benefit of $2,500. That is their main benefit from Social Security at their full retirement age. The other one has a $500 benefit. And what we can do here, which is kind of cool, is look at this and say, okay, well, what if we have this person has that life expectancy and that person has that life expectancy there? And then what we do is we assume a certain cost of living increase in Social Security. What would be the optimal for taking the benefit where they get the most benefit or the most bang from their buck. And where we see the star, that shows that we would have the best benefit. Now, this is one person finally at age 67, the other person at age 70. Well, a lot of people think, well, I retire, I have to take Social Security at the same time that I retire, and that's not necessarily the case. As you can see here, one may take it at one age and one may take it at another, even though they're the same age right now. Now, the other thing we can do is say, well, what if I took it early? What if I took it at this particular age right here, where one person's 65 and the other one's 65? You can actually see how much it could cost in benefits. When we do this, we can see how much it might cost us and how much it might affect us negatively to do that. Now, the other thing we can do is we can play around the life expectancies, and we say, well, if this person lives to that age, now the cost is $187,000 in this particular example, taking it at that age right there. So you can see, based on your own life expectancy, and typically people will say, well, what did my parents live to, and come up with that type of data. So this is just part of the financial planning process that we use at Paul Winkler Inc. If you want to know more about what we do, you can get a free 15-minute phone call at our website, paulwinkler.com. We do financial planning, full financial planning. We do investing, education, and investing. We actually help people through those decisions, helping them set up their 401ks and those types of decisions, as well as risk management. But we don't get paid on commission. That's what makes us so different from other firms out there that do what we do. So if you want to find out more, go to paulwinkler.com.
The Pope breaking with the Vatican's official position, and the first meeting for the new Metro Council members is today in Nashville. We'll tell you what they plan to start tackling right away. These stories and more at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Brother Ken Weaver waiting in the wings, less than 2 minutes away with those stories and more details. Right now, recovering Congressman JD Hayworth in for Dan the Man Mandis, Nashville's Morning News, and as promised, the happiest female in the whole U.S. of A, evoking the theme song of this hour, Donna Fargo's 1972 hit, Letitia James, New York State Attorney General, yanking the 45th president into court on some sort of civil fraud thing. It ain't criminal, it's civil, but we'll talk more about who's committing fraud. But old Tish tried to sober up, to mute her happiness when she came out in front of the cameras yesterday prior to the hearing in that courtroom in New York City. Take a listen to Cut 2.
Today, we will prove our other claims. My message is simple. No matter how powerful you are, no matter how much money you think you may have, no one is above the law.
Well, now that is a thought that I was going to save for you, but hey, we got it right there, and it's live and unrehearsed. And that talk from that person makes me want to barf. All the leftists going around, nobody's above the law. Hey, this bulletin just in, no one is below the law either. You think about that while you listen to headlines and more from Brother Ken. It's 5:30. It's Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. And we've got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Tell you about what's going to be a 20-degree swing later this week. Pope Francis breaking with the Vatican's official position today. Ines de la Cutera has more from the foreign desk.
Pope Francis suggesting there could be ways to bless same-sex unions, which he says would have to be decided on a case-by-case basis and should not be confused with sacramental marriage for heterosexuals. The Pope's comments came as he was responding to 5 conservative cardinals who wanted him to reiterate the Church's teaching on homosexuality. And this all comes ahead of a big meeting of LGBTQ Catholics.
Yeah, about 450 people from around the world going to be taking part in that worldwide gathering, talking about cardinals, bishops, clergy, religious, and lay people. President Biden's son, Hunter, will be in a federal courtroom in Wilmington, Delaware today to face charges he violated federal gun laws in 2018. Former President Trump reportedly expected to be in attendance today for day 2 of his civil fraud trial in New York. And right now in Tennessee, hearts are heavy in the law enforcement community after the death of Knox County Deputy Tucker Blakely. Sheriff Tom Spangler announced last night that Deputy Blakely, 29 years old, had died from his injuries suffered when he was shot responding to a domestic call on Sunday. And right now in Nashville, the first meeting for the new Metro Council members is today. Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovac says making rent more affordable is a top priority.
Right now, there are thousands of new apartments under construction, and you've likely seen them here in West Nashville even. In the last 2 years alone, more than 21,000 units were built. 89% of those are high end. And a report from Rent Cafe says most of the construction happening now is centered here in Davidson County, plus Murfreesboro, Gallatin, and Franklin.
We expect to learn more today about a plan dubbed Nashville Covenant that is designed to make housing more affordable. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
My message is simple. No matter how powerful you are, no matter how much money you think you may have, no one is above the law.
Yeah, spare me. Okay, that's enough. That is New York Attorney General Letitia James doing her thing. I don't know what TV pilot she's working on. The New Adventures of Perry Lean Mason or Perry Curve Mason or whatever, because I guess, although we're not supposed to comment, these days when it comes to appearance, if a gal is full-figured, we're supposed to say, lots of curves. But that was Letitia, and she is throwing a curveball like all the other George Soros-financed lawyers, whether it's New York City, or in the case of Tish James, the entire Empire State, or down in Hotlanta in Fulton County, where you've got Fannie Willis. But Fannie spells it not like Fannie J. Crosby, the great hymn writer. Fannie spells her name F-A-N-I, which prompts the question, flowers, round circle, or a smiling guy? So many ways to dot the I. How does Fannie do it? Well, she does the same thing that Tish James does. No one is above the law. As I said earlier, but you may just be joining us here at 21 minutes, almost 20 minutes in front of 6. Time at the tone will be 5:40. Beep. And no extra charge for the sound effects. You're welcome. So what Tish has gotten going yesterday, that was her big star turn in front of a court that has basically become like when our British cousins went bad. One of the signs of that was the Star Chamber, where the Brits got a little nutty and they decided that the bedrock principle of innocence until guilt is proven would go away. No one should be above the law, but tain't nobody should be below the law either. And that's where Tish and all the gang is trying to put the 45th president of the United States. Now, rest assured, they got help, and it pains me to point this out, give you indigestion while you're chomping on your corn flakes or Cocoa Krispies or whatever the heck. One side note, it happens to guys my age. Have you heard what they've done to the voice of Tony the Tiger? Apparently, they've decided that Tony should be low T. Because he's talking like this now. Man, I miss the guy. And you'll hear the voice, the original voice of Tony the Tiger, in an unlikely utilization when you and I begin together the next hour. So you got your tax dollars at work where the FBI has become federal Biden insurance and the DOJ is Democrats or jive. And you got that Merrick Garland worm. Chico, just we treat everybody the same. Oh, yeah? Well, Merrick, you spineless weasel, tell me why the lackey lawyer that you've put in as special counsel to get that big Washington trial going, that whole thing about Trump being part of an insurrection that he wasn't, because they won't know insurrection except for an inside job. Again, your taxpayer dollars at work from the aforementioned federal Biden insurance, which you and I used to call the FBI. Oh, did you see where CBS conservatives equate with bovine scatology, I guess is the way CBS really ought to be written. Some say not Columbia Broadcasting System, but Communist Broadcast Service. Anyway, did you see what they've got now? FBI True. They fictionalized enough hoo-ha. Now they got to cheerlead. But hey, if you want that, if you want the straight Democrat line, just watch 60 Minutes. And that's a whole nother thing, a whole can of worms we may open later. But the aforementioned Donald John Trump, 45th President of the United States, even though Jack Smith wants him gagged, President Trump let it all hang out yesterday at his pre-hearing press availability. Take a listen to Cut 4.
Sorry about that. Give me just a second to pull it up.
That's okay.
Here.
We're getting it ready now, boys and girls. It's part of the challenge, and you think I'm in the community. I should have told young Mason, hey, have Cut 4 ready, but, you know, the pilot light starts to flicker. He will inform me as soon as we have sound of President Trump yesterday raising HE double hockey sticks in a familiar fashion that many of us find, well, appropriate. Take a listen now to Cut 4.
And I think most people get it. People are getting it. I can tell you the voters getting it, because every time they give me a fake indictment, I go up in the polls, and that's never happened before. But this is a disgrace, and you ought to go after this attorney general, because she's turning off everybody from coming in. You know, I don't know if you should take a look at the outflow of business. Businesses are fleeing New York because...
Yeah, so that gives you just a taste of that. It's 15 minutes until 6. That makes it 5:45. When we come back, we'll revisit Donald Trump's statement about what's really going on. But right now, since it's 5:45, from the Paul Winkler WTN Traffic Center, Big Jack will tell you how to get to town. Music City, USA, Middle Tennessee weather for Nashville and environs. It's summertime in autumn. I mean, it is going to be hot. H-O-T today. Looking for a high of, 88? That's what the weatherman's saying, although it may be amended. You know, that's the thing about predictive science. Currently 62 degrees, so enjoy the morning chill. Here we are at 5:46. So that's what's going on right there, you see. And young Mason, direct me, pal. I'm not like Biden on stage trying to walk into the wall or something, but is there any other demand here on the format clock?
Nope, you're good to go.
Oh, good. We are good to go. We can continue now. Yeah, this is the thing. And some of us who run as conservative candidates find it all the time, or we used to, albeit in a milder fashion, when my name last appeared on the ballot an unlucky 13 years ago, when sadly Republicans in Arizona failed to make the right choice. Anyway, I think we may have heard President Trump wanting to say something. Is that right, young Mason? Was that what we had right there?
Yep.
All right, well, heck, let's let him go. Let's hear some more of that pre-hearing talk he had to give.
I'm going to stand for it. If I weren't leading in all the polls, or if I weren't running, I wouldn't have any of these cases. I wouldn't be seeing you this morning. But I'll be seeing a lot of you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. We will be seeing a lot of you. You may have heard me share this before, but it's time to do it again. You may be new to the times when I'm on, or not that staff and management don't want me around, but it's not as frequent as I would enjoy. Now, I'm not criticizing anybody about that. I'm sure there are other talented broadcasters who can step in, stand in the breach, and I don't want to wear out my welcome here. However, I shan't
Man, I love the
belabor. Yes? What was that?
Sorry about that.
That's okay. That's all right. It's a needed little thing to say, hey, JD, cool it. You're going to get yourself in trouble and maybe not get invited back. But anyway, the point I want to make is this. Boys and girls, as we heard newsman Ken Weaver at the outset of this hour remind us when we heard the Donna Fargo 1972 hit, which he correctly chrono cataloged as 1972 as opposed to 1971. Old JD's brain pilot light was flickering. Brother Ken Weaver says at the Weaver Wigwam, it is Mrs. Weaver who is the happiest girl in the USA.
Yeah, just don't ask her.
Oh, okay. We'll just keep it between you and me and the millions who are listening.
Yeah.
Or at least the hundreds of thousands. I think millions will be positive about this. There's just one headline. This is kind of a play on the old Peter Falk thing. There's just one more thing. Drudge has become like the rest of the media, hating on Trump. But some of the headlines, you don't need the rest of the story. Cops. Woman sped on interstate with husband clinging to car hood. That's all I need to hear. I don't care if it happened in Poughkeepsie or in Panama City, Florida, or where. You know there was domestic discord and argument involved. But right now at 10 minutes till 6, when we come back, I shall reveal to you the constitutional prohibition that the left is getting around, so to speak. A little change in terms of their lawfare, which is using the courts for warfare to go after Donald Trump. That and more ahead, 5:50. It's Nashville's Morning News, JD and for Dan on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
The rising cost of living, one of the things on the agenda for the first Metro Council meeting with new members today. This story and more coming up at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
And Brother Ken, with those stories less than 5 minutes away, which by process of deduction or in cheap non-pre-produced special sound effects, will replicate this one more time. Time at the tone will be 5:56. Beep. Thank you. No extra charge. Pseudo-celebrity voice impersonated. Recovering Congressman JD Hayworth in for Dan Mandis on Nashville's Morning News. Again, if you're looking for me on social media, you might end up like Brother Ken Weaver and find me almost years after I sought to link with him. Anyway, LinkedIn.com, J.D.Hayworth. Not like my cousin Todd, who the joke is when you get money, you drop the Y. So Todd is Haworth, but we claim a common culture and heritage. But I digress. So I'm going to let you in on what the Dems are doing. As you may remember from your study of civics, but maybe not, bills of attainder are prohibited by our Constitution. What is a bill of attainder? Well, our pals over in Hungary have one. They also have border enforcement there, but they have a law in the books prohibiting George Soros from ever setting foot back there again, from ever having anything to do with money again. What is the left doing here? Not a bill of attainder, but bills of retainer. They are trying to put Donald Trump in courtrooms around the country, hoping that just one of these charges will stick and take him down. That's what third world countries do with dictators who don't want opposition. Think about that. Hour 2 is ahead. What's happening in the House of Representatives? I don't know, since I spent a dozen years there. It's JD for Dan, Nashville's Morning News.
6 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Showers are expected to bring cooler temps this week. We'll tell you about it during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. No winners yet in last night's Powerball drawing.
Tonight's winning numbers.
The jackpot now climbing to an estimated $1.2 billion. The next drawing tomorrow will be one of the largest lottery prizes of all time. And right now in Nashville, it's taking more money to afford to live in the city, and making it cheaper is on the agenda for the first meeting of the new Metro Council members today. Here's Channel 4's Joylyn Pukovac.
Metro Council members, they have a plan. It's called the Community Covenant, and it's aimed at helping make Nashville affordable and reduce poverty as well. Right now, there's thousands of new apartments under construction. In the last 2 years alone, more than 21,000 units were built, 89% of those being high-end apartment units. And a report from Rent Cafe says most of the construction happening now is centered in Davidson County, Murfreesboro, Gallatin, and Franklin.
Now, right now, average rent for an apartment in Nashville starts around $1,837 a month. That's for a studio apartment. School safety also on the agenda today. Metro Council members to vote on a resolution to accept a statewide school resource officer grant. But right now, Metro Police say they don't have enough manpower to put an SRO in every elementary school. They plan to, they say, once the department is fully staffed. And right now in East Tennessee, hearts are heavy in the law enforcement community after the death of Knox County Deputy Tucker Blakely. Sheriff Tom Spangler announcing last night the 29-year-old has succumbed to injuries suffered when he was shot responding to a domestic violence call Sunday.
I want to make it clear that Officer Blakely is a hero. He lived as a hero. And he died a hero.
Deputy Blakely was on his last patrol detachment because he had been selected to be a canine officer. He leaves behind a wife and 5-year-old son. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
Investors kicked off October with a mixed market. The Dow Jones Industrial Average on Monday gave up 74 points and closed at 33,433. But the Nasdaq Composite rose nearly 0.7%. The Standard & Poor's 500 gained a fraction. Don't expect interest rates to come down anytime soon. Several Fed officials speaking over the last few days have indicated that, at the very least, rates will have to stay where they are in order to further cut down on inflation. Ford and General Motors have laid off about 500 more of their workers. They're casualties of the ongoing UAW strike. The layoffs have come at plants that supply parts to factories that have been targeted by the walkout. Meanwhile, your favorite late-night TV hosts are preparing their first opening monologue since May, now that the Hollywood writers' strike is over. After nearly 150 days on the picket line, union writers reached a tentative deal with the Hollywood studios last week.
Checking futures ahead of the opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures down 2, S&P up 1, NASDAQ down 7. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
What a way to start our second hour together. 7 minutes past 6. And as soon as you hear this voice, if you're just awakening, you're going, wait a minute. That's not Dan Mandis. No, you're correct. It's the recovering Congressman JD Hayworth. So happy to be back behind the mic here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN for Nashville's Morning News. The rest of the world may remember Rosemary Clooney doing that song, This Old House, but Nashville knows that Stuart Hamblin was the guy who wrote it. And there's an interesting story behind the song. Stuart Hamblin told the story to Dorothy Horstman in her book about Brother Hamblin, titled Sing Your Heart Out, Country Boy. Hamblin said this song was written one cold, wintry day in the High Sierra mountain range when I was on a hunting trip. With a hunting companion, I'd gone back into a remote section of the country. We were about 20 miles from the nearest road when we came upon an old prospector's cabin. Although there was snow on the ground, there was no smoke coming from the chimney. But I knew the master was at home because a big old hound dog was lying on the front porch. Upon entering, we found the old man had passed away in a back room. I can't say how long he may have been departed. He looked like he was just asleep. But because of the severe weather, it might have been some time, and the old hound was nearly starved. This old house was the prospector's epitaph. Oh, and one other thing I made mention last hour, if you heard that deep voice ending the song, that's the same guy who sang it on Rosemary Clooney's version of This Old House, the original voice of Tony the Tiger. They're great. Thurl Ravenscroft is his name. And since it's Tuesday, and since broadcasters are all into obligatory alliteration, I decree this by witness my hand and seal. I decree this TV Trivia Tuesday. There is a holiday classic you enjoy, and Thurl Ravenscroft sang the song. Do you know what holiday classic that still appears on TV around Christmas time? Do you know the Hollywood classic where Thurl Ravenscroft was not just a background singer, adding that deep harmony, but was the primary voice? If you do, well, give me a call, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN, for no real prize, but maybe you can work it out. Free dinner for two at your uncle's house, provided your aunt agrees, and the acclaim of all sorts of folks who might hear you and I talk about it. Who or what song did Thurl Ravenscroft sing? And you'll have the satisfaction of answering the question. Hey, and don't do a Google search. The reason I use that is because we're going to talk about an old house that has been around since the Constitution was ratified by the prerequisite number of the 13 original states. The House of Representatives. Now, those of us who served in the House love to point out that in our Constitution, a document of limited and enumerated powers, Article 1, Section 1, all legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States. And yes, it's bicameral. There are two legislative chambers, but the House is where it's happening. And right now, the calls are coming in from Music City. Steve is on line 2. Oh, Steve, what holiday favorite? Steve just dropped off, it looks like. Oh, well, everybody dropped off. Okay, that's cool. In lieu of that, we shall enumerate what's happening in the House. Now, Pamela Furr was in yesterday. Oh, by the way, Cameron Smith will be in tomorrow on Nashville's Morning News. At any rate, Pamela was talking to Congressman Andy Ogles about the, quote, shutdown. I'll have more on that later. But what's happening right now within the House Republican Conference, and really within the entire chamber, Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz, for the first time in over a century, has actually filed a formal motion to vacate the chair. Now, it was always there except when Nancy Pelosi was Speaker and the Democrats. Isn't it ironic the Democrats have the name Democrats, or they try to say it's Democratic, but they don't really adhere to democratic principles, because Nancy just struck the vacate the chair motion, and they went, oh, yeah, okay, that's cool. And what was worse, John Boehner and Lion Paul Ryan said, well, why didn't we do that? Well, Kevin McCarthy had to put it back in. That's one of the reasons there were 15 ballots, as House conservatives were holding his feet to the fire before he was elected Speaker. Matt Gaetz has filed the motion. You will hear what he had to say about that and the reasons why in mere moments. But right now, at 6:15, 6:15, time for a traffic check from the Paul Winkler WTN Traffic Center. Here comes Jack. All righty, now I asked you a question earlier, and thanks, Jack, for telling us how to get home and back. Home and back, Jack. Yeah. I think we came up with a moniker that will probably perish a-borning. Anyway, the deal is, I asked you earlier as we were listening to Stuart Hamblin's initial recording of This Old House, since I'm going to talk about the House of Representatives, I was saying that voice you heard at the end belongs to Thurl Ravenscroft, who was the original Tony the Tiger. Now they got a low T Tony who can sing in the soprano section. But back, they're great. You know, when a guy had a set of pipes, when men were men. Anyway, my question for you was, Mr. Ravenscroft was not a secondary voice in one memorable holiday hit that you hear on television again and again. Line 1, it's Bob. Oh, Bob, can you tell me where we hear Thurl Ravenscroft sing? What's the song?
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch.
And Bob, you have a set of pipes. There ain't no low T for Bobby. He is really quite a man. Mr. Correct answer. You, Bob, have the chance to eat dinner, a free dinner for two at your uncle's house, provided your aunt agrees. So that's
Wonderful.
my spontaneous and unrehearsed thing. Bob, thank you for knowing that. Hey, I don't want Mike to go. I want to see if Mike can sing it like Bob could sing it. I can't give you a free dinner for two. Mike, you must be in a car somewhere over there, Spring Hill Way. Can you sing any of You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch, like Thurl Ravenscroft could sing it?
You really are a heel.
You're as nasty as whatever, and a nasty banana peel, Mr. Grinch. Good job, Brother Mike. As we loaned you the mic, drive carefully, won't you? Not won't you? Appreciate the call, man. Can't give you free dinner for two at your uncle's house. But besides, that is an internal family matter. Now back to what's happening in the House of Representatives. Matt Gaetz, representing Pensacola and environs. Hard to believe that was old Joe Scarborough's seat when we went to Congress together following the '94 election. Matt Gaetz ain't no Joe Scarborough, and I mean that in a good way. Here is Matt raising HE double hockey sticks, one of the reasons he filed a motion to vacate the chair. This is clip B.
What was the secret side deal on Ukraine? House Democrats and President Biden have said that as Speaker McCarthy was asking Republicans to vote for a continuing resolution so as to avoid having to take the Senate's plus up in Ukraine money, that the Speaker of the House was actually cutting a side deal to bring Ukraine legislation to this floor with President Biden and House Democrats. So let me get this straight. To extend Joe Biden's spending and Joe Biden's policy priorities, the Speaker of the House gave away to Joe Biden the money for Ukraine that Joe Biden wanted. It is going to be difficult for my Republican friends to keep calling President Biden feeble while he continues to take Speaker McCarthy's lunch money in every negotiation.
That pretty much sums it up. Now, what does the Speaker have to say? Well, you'll hear from Kevin McCarthy in mere moments. Right now, it's 20 past 6. It's Nashville's Morning News. JD Hayworth in for Dan Mandis on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey folks, I'm Paul Winkler. One of the biggest decisions people have to make in retirement is how to take Social Security. You'll get all kinds of workshops about that, and you'll see all kinds of things about that particular topic. Because Social Security, for some people, it might be a third or even more of their income in retirement. So you want to get this decision right. Well, how do you make the decision? Well, one of the things we look at, there are programs we use. This is one of the simpler programs that we use right here. And I want to just show you how it works and how it actually unravels some of the misconceptions we have about Social Security. So we have two people here, they're age 60, and they're looking at filing for Social Security. One person has a retirement benefit of $2,500. That is their main benefit from Social Security at their full retirement age. The other one has a $500 benefit. And what we can do here, which is kind of cool, is look at this and say, okay, well, what if we have this person has that life expectancy and that person has that life expectancy there? And then what we do is we assume a certain cost of living increase in Social Security. What would be the optimal for taking the benefit where they get the most benefit or the most bang from their buck? And where we see the star, that shows that we would have the best benefit. Now, this is one person filing at age 67, the other person at age 70. Well, a lot of people think, well, I retire, I have to take Social Security at the same time that I retire, and that's not necessarily the case. As you can see here, one may take it at one age and one may take it at another, even though they're the same age right now. Now, the other thing we can do is say, well, what if I took it early? What if I took it at this particular age right here, where one person's 65 and the other one's 65? You can actually see how much it could cost in benefits. When we do this, we can see how much it might cost us and how much it might affect us negatively to do that. Now, the other thing we can do is we can play around the life expectancies, and we say, well, if this person lives to that age, now the cost is $187,000 in this particular example, taking it at that age right there. So you can see, based on your own life expectancy, and typically people will say, well, what did my parents live to, and come up with that type of data. So this is just part of the financial planning process that we use at Paul Winkler Inc. If you want to know more about what we do, you can get a free 15-minute phone call at our website, paulwinkler.com. We do financial planning, full financial planning. We do investing education and investing. We actually help people through those decisions, helping them set up their 401ks and those types of decisions, as well as risk management. But we don't get paid on commission. That's what makes us so different from other firms out there that do what we do. So if you want to find out more, go to paulwinkler.com.
Some old-fashioned crime investigation leads to a happy ending in a missing child case. Tennessee's filed a complaint over Immigration and Customs Enforcement not being forthcoming about plans to move immigrants detained in Louisiana to Tennessee. These stories and more at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
And Brother Ken will have those stories less than 2 minutes from now. JD Hayworth in for Dan Mandis, Nashville's Morning News. So Matt Gaetz has filed a motion to vacate the chair. You heard him making his case on the House floor before the break saying, okay, so we got this continuing resolution passed with no money for Ukraine, reflecting the will of the Republican majority. But what's this deal about a secret side deal with the Biden bunch to have another vote, put the money back in? Well, Speaker Kevin McCarthy on Sunday was on CBS on Face the Nation. Margaret Brennan, one of the biggest Democrat cheerleaders in broadcast television, well, really, come on, 99 and 44, 100% of the network Washington Bureau folks are. She asks Kevin McCarthy, will you survive? To which Kevin responds, this is clip C.
Ballot, but it took 15 for Kevin McCarthy. He says he's coming for you. Can you survive?
Yes, I'll survive. You know, this is personal with Matt. Matt voted against the most conservative ability to protect our border, secure our border. He's more interested in securing TV interviews than doing something. He wanted to push us into a shutdown, even threatening his own district with all the military people there who would not be paid, only because he wants to take this motion. So be it. Bring it on. Let's get over with it, and let's start governing.
Okay, a lot is there. One thing is a not-so-veiled threat. Hey, the military-industrial complex, all the bases, the Naval Air Station in Pensacola, you're voting against the Ukraine and all the money and material. You're going to face a primary. But then, okay, let's start governing. Hey, Mr. Speaker, if you define governing by giving Biden and the Dems what they want, I won't do anything but raise HE double hockey sticks. It ain't statesmanship. It ain't brinksmanship. That's flat out surrender. When we come back, a 4-letter word that beset one troubled House member following the news. It's 6:30, JD for Dan on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Waiting for that 20-degree swing after some showers this week. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Some old-fashioned crime investigation led to the rescue of a girl missing in upstate New York. Here's Chuck Sievertson.
The 9-year-old girl disappeared during a family camping trip at a lake in Saratoga County, New York. It wasn't high-tech that caused a break in the case. It was something tried and true, indicated by Governor Kathy Hochul.
There had been a DWI in 1999 in the city of Saratoga. A fingerprint was found that matched what was found on the ransom note.
State police say their investigation led to a search of houses and a trailer and the girl, and the arrest of a 47-year-old man.
Little girl's been reunited with her family. Here's another nightmare for parents. Experts warning about a new disturbing scheme targeting teens with the help of artificial intelligence. A group of boys in Spain is accused of using an app to digitally undress girls, dozens of them. And while these images are fabricated, experts like Carrie Goldberg, who is not involved in the Spain case but has represented victims of digital abuse, say the impact on victims is long-lasting.
They're very compelling and convincing photos so that it really does look like it's a picture of the victim nude.
As far as whether these deep fake nude apps should even exist, experts agree they're creating much more harm than good, fueling more calls for government regulation of this expanding technology. And right now in Tennessee, the state attorney general's filed a complaint against the Department of Homeland Security and Immigration and Customs Enforcement, claiming a lack of transparency over the release of immigrants. The complaint seeks to get ICE to turn over documents about plans to transport non-citizen detainees in Louisiana to Tennessee even though ICE was already working with Tennessee-based organizations and municipal employees to carry out this release plan. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
No, there has not been a format change. This remains Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Just calling on the Ohio players to offer the four-letter word playing a prominent role in some of the hijinks in the House of Representatives. Fire, F-I-R-E. The second word would be alarm, which suddenly prompts yet another urban music memory from the mid-'70s. I think it was Roy Ayers' ubiquity Star Booty, kind of doing a riff on the old intro to Outer Limits. And the one classic line the narrator used was, "They is no need for alarm." And I apologize if that was Sir Noise devoid of funk instead of Roy Ayers and ubiquity Star Booty. At any rate, the fire tune again provided by the Ohio Players. And have you seen the post of the album cover? People everywhere now are Googling, show me the cover of the Ohio Players' Fire album. Let me put it this way, and boomers are cool to what I'm talking about here. We all remember the memorable pinup poster of the late, great Farrah Fawcett. Oh. The fire illustration is, well, how can I put it? It prompts a response. I mean, maybe that's why guys go into firefighting. You can check it out for yourself. What happened Saturday, and I'll talk more about this in our final hour, but everything you're hearing about, shut down. Shut your mouth. It ain't a shutdown. If something were to occur, it would be our 22nd such event. Do you know what the technical title of what the press calls a government shutdown is? It is the furlough of non-essential government workers. Now, my own darling daughter, Hannah Lynn, calls me Saturday. What, is there going to be a shutdown? I go, no. Well, first of all, it ain't a shutdown. I know, but I have a friend in my Bible study, and her boyfriend's in the Navy, and he won't get paid. Oh, no, he'll get paid, but if he's in the Navy, he's getting fed. He's doing what we don't get rid of our national defense, and forget all the stuff the left always does to scare old folks, which demographically I am one. Well, we just don't know what's going to happen to Social Security checks. No, they all go out on time. And a lot of the Washington bureaucrats actually look forward to the so-called shutdowns, the furloughs, because it becomes like a vacation, as if they need more vacation days, and they always end up getting back pay. So that's that. Anyway, since votes were held over the weekend to get that 45-day extension, the gentleman from New York State, Representative Jamal Bowman, he decided, and what happens, I've been there on the House floor when Republicans are in the majority. In fact, all of my 12 years, 6 terms in the House, the GOP was in the majority, and when I took my leave, well, that was when the other guys took over. Another story for another day. Just part of a thumbnail sketch. Anyway, Jamal Bowman, you go to the floor, and if it's like a holiday or something, the Dems will stand up and go, work, 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 work. They want to do the opposite of the majority. So contrary to all the talk about the shutdown, they're working out that 45-day extension. The Dems are trying to, well, wait a minute, we're not so sure about this now. Jamal Bowman, a vote has been called. He figures, I can delay this by pulling a fire alarm. And so he did it, and now there's an investigation. And why, there's talk of an insurrection. I mean, because this congressman was trying to shut down a federal proceeding. And finally, the cameras caught up yesterday with Congressman Jamal Bowman as he was trying to get out of there. And he had a comment. First of all, he looked like his hand was not on the fire alarm, but in the cookie jar. And it's always interesting when you see a guy. It was like the other night in that horrible GOP debate when Dana Perino tries to get cute about a Survivor thing, and you've got sheets of paper in front of you and pens, and write who you think should be out of this from among the people on the stage. And DeSantis has his best moment. Go, hey, look, with all due respect, we're here to debate. You're disrespecting my fellow candidates on the stage. Then Stuart Varney says to old Tubbo, Chris Christie, Governor, I see that you've written a name. And boy, there's Christie. You see him looking down the left. I didn't write a name, but it's Donald Trump. I got a new name for him, Donald Duck. Yeah, that was real cool. When we come back, Jamal Bowman, he doesn't do a Chris Christie, but he tries to explain the whole deal on pulling the fire alarm. But right now, not to raise any alarms, but to inform you what's happening out there on those thoroughfares, you all. From the Paul Winkler WTM Traffic Center, let's check in with Big Jack. What's happening? Weather for Music City, USA, and all of Middle Tennessee. Can you believe it? Summer, the first week of October. High today, 88. Low tonight, 61 and 61. Well, we've dropped a degree. It's actually cooled off since we got together earlier this morning, 61 degrees. And now we're going to heat it up. And not by taking a look at the album cover for the Ohio Players Fire, but as promised, Congressman Jamal Bowman. You see, when you serve in the House and votes are called, in the old days, we wore pagers. Now, of course, they got the little text devices and all of that. But it used to be, when I was there, everybody's pager would go off, and you'd hear it from the House Republican cloakroom. Members have 15 minutes to cast a vote, and then they'd have the other thing from the House Democrat caucus. Remember, and you'd get these dueling. Well, if you were Republican, you had a GOP pager, and Dems had other pagers. But Jamal Bowman has earned a page of infamy by yanking that fire alarm. And so here is what he told the cameras camped out in front of his congressional office yesterday. This is clip F.
No, I don't know why this has gotten so much attention. I was literally just in a rush to go vote, man. That's all it was.
Are you afraid of any repercussions, either from leadership or from legally from Capitol Police?
I mean, listen, I take responsibility for what I did, but like I said, I was in a rush to go vote, and, the investigation will sort everything else out.
Have you talked to Jeffries about it?
Oh, yeah, of course. That's day one, yes.
How was that conversation?
Well, I got to keep that between me and the leader, so I'm not going to share that public.
I'm not going to share that in public. Let me tell you exactly what happened. This guy ain't the sharpest legislative tool in the drawer. He figures, okay, I can throw a monkey wrench. We can slow this thing down some more. So he yanks the fire alarm, disregarding the fact that the door says, hey, it's an emergency exit, but you push on it, and it'll open 30 seconds from now. Now, in a roundabout way, this tells you about the deteriorating state of education in the state of New York. And especially up there in New York City. New York City, yeah, Jamal Bowman used to be a school principal. And there he is yanking that fire alarm. Psh. Now, here's going to be the real test. House ethics may investigate, but certainly a criminal investigation should be open. The Department of Justice, and now, of course, justice is spelled J-U-S-T space U-S, just us, in terms of leftists skating, and the book thrown at conservatives, unless, of course, there is a Democrat they want to go ahead and get rid of. Then, like Bob Menendez, Gold Bar Bob is in a heap of trouble. But unless something like that is going on, the Dems all hang together, and you got Merrick Garland. Oh, there are not two tiers of justice. We're the same to Republicans and Democrats. And by the way, I do this because I'm mad I didn't get a seat on the Supreme Court, and this is my chance to wreak vengeance. So keep your eyes, and this will be the clearest sign of a double standard. When we come back, TV Trivia Tuesday, you will hear a famous 1960s television theme performed by one of Nashville's finest. And I will ask you a question surrounding said song for said series. You might, well, I don't know if the Justice Department, are they going to accuse me of an insurrection if I say the TV series featured someone who had been in an active rebellion? Stay tuned, that's coming up. It's 10 till 7. It's JD for Dan. It's Nashville's Morning News.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
Right now in Nashville, police are searching a Brentwood neighborhood for 2 burglary suspects. Residents in the Concord Hunt subdivision being told to stay indoors while this search is underway. We'll get you the complete details coming up at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
And 7 o'clock's just 3 minutes away. Now, let me play a little bit. With the help of young Mason, Cut G, let me play that TV theme where a familiar Nashville voice is utilized to sing the theme song. Can we play just a little smattering of this, young Mason? Yes, indeed. Johnny Cash singing the theme to The Rebel. No question for you, just a little insight on our TV Trivia Tuesday. Johnny Cash even did a guest appearance on The Rebel, but Nick Adams was a little upset because he wanted another guy who knew his way around Nashville, but knew Memphis a little better, Elvis, to sing the theme. He thought he had that lined up, but the producers picked Johnny Cash instead. And now you know. Stand by for news. It's JD in for Dan Mandis at 6:58 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Seven o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, and we've got a 20-degree swing coming in the weather this week. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Right now in Williamson County, Brentwood police are looking for 2 burglary suspects after they crashed a car and took off running. People in the Concord Hunt subdivision being told to stay indoors if possible while police search. Channel 4 says this is off Concord Road and Haverhill Drive. Some old-fashioned crime investigation of a ransom note leads to a happy ending. Andrew Dembert says it led to the rescue of the 9-year-old girl who disappeared during a family camping trip at a lake in New York.
Police say they lifted a fingerprint from the note and ran it through a database. A crime from nearly 25 years ago helped identify the suspect. Police following that lead to the home of the suspect's mother, 13 miles from Charlotte's house. There, they say they found 47-year-old Craig Nelson Ross Jr. Friends and family attending a vigil for Charlotte last night cheered as they learned she was in good health and reunited with her family, who released a statement saying, "We are thrilled that she is home, and we understand that the outcome is not what every family gets."
Yeah, the little girl found in a cabinet cupboard of the suspect's camper home. Right now in Tennessee, hearts are heavy in the law enforcement community after the death of Knox County Deputy Tucker Blakely. Sheriff Tom Spangler announced last night that the 29-year-old Blakely succumbed to injuries after being shot while responding to a domestic disturbance call on Sunday.
He lived as a hero, and he died a hero.
Deputy Blakely was on his last patrol detachment because he had been selected to be a canine officer, and he leaves behind a wife and 5-year-old son. Right now in Nashville, the first meeting for the new Metro Council members is today. Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovac says they're going to discuss a new plan to make it cheaper for people to live in the city.
Metro Council members, they have a plan. It's called the Community Covenant, and it's aimed at helping make Nashville affordable and reduce poverty as well. Right now, there's thousands of new apartments under construction. In the last 2 years alone, more than 21,000 units were built, 89% of those being high-end apartment units. And a report from Rent Cafe says most of the construction happening now is centered in Davidson County, Murfreesboro, Gallatin, and Franklin.
Yeah, and right now Rent.com says the average rent for apartments in Nashville starts at $1,837, and that's for a studio apartment. School safety will also be on the agenda for the Metro Council today. Members are going to vote on a resolution to accept a statewide school resource officer grant. But right now, Metro Police say they do not have enough manpower to put an SRO in every elementary school. They say they plan to once the department is fully staffed. Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Checking futures ahead of the opening bell on Wall Street. Well, Dow futures are down 148, S&P down 21, NASDAQ down 95. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Are you awake? Good morning. It's Nashville's Morning News. Donna Fargo from 1972 telling us that way back then she was the happiest girl in the whole USA. This song was a big deal around the country, but especially my hometown of High Point, North Carolina, because Donna Fargo had been the homecoming queen at what was then High Point College, now High Point University. Little shout out for the home folks. Oh, by the way, if you're just joining us, you can probably ascertain by the difference in vocal timbre that this is not Dan Mandis. He will be back on Thursday. Cameron Smith will be here tomorrow, but for the rest of the program today, unless there is a technical problem or a problem with management where they invite me to leave prior to the end, which I don't think is going to happen. It's the recovering United States Congressman JD Hayworth. Only in America could a guy be born in High Point, North Carolina, and end up way out in Arizona courtesy of broadcasting. Yes, started work, all began at age 14. And now, several years later, to put it in perspective, and I don't want to say the song that brought us in is old, but in 1972, then 29-year-old Joe Biden was running for a seat in the United States Senate, and he would not be constitutionally eligible until a couple of weeks after Election Day, but he won. And the rest is history. Now, who is the happiest girl in the whole USA? Ken Weaver maintains it is Mrs. Weaver over to the Weaver Wigwam. But one of the nominees has to be the woman who makes her home in Maryland, who has just been appointed to the United States Senate to represent California. Yes, that would be one LaFonza Butler. Now here, and you know, the Democrats, I always get a kick out of the left. Oh, all those rich Republicans. Let me tell you, the Dems got so much money. And one thing about them, they're not ashamed. They go ahead and say, yeah, we did this. What do you expect? After all the talk about, money and, those rich Republicans, the left not only having a bunch of lefties who, well, a lot of them they help to finance through taxpayer-subsidized green energy. Remember, here's all you need to know about economics. If you want less of something, tax it. If you want more of something, subsidize it. And the Dems are happy to have a lot of, quote, green energy billionaires, because what's going on is basically a money laundering deal. Okay, here's some money for bee sweat power. You can become a bee sweat billionaire. And then you can give generously to the leftists who help get you the dough. Not that there's a quid pro quo or anything. But the woman who is now the senator designate from California, LaFonza Butler, her big thing is the fact that she was the chairman of something called Emily's List. Emily, in this case, does not stand for that very popular female name, or at least it was popular, gosh, what, a couple of decades ago. I know that I have a great niece who, she's already in college. So 20 years ago, but her name happens to be Emily. In this case, Emily stands for Early Money is Like Yeast. And in this case, it refers to kind of a Betty Crocker thing from the kitchen. Early money is like yeast. It helps to raise the dough. But since Emily's list is a pro-abortion thing, how can you do the acronym? I can't think of the acronym, but there's another affliction involving yeast in the often treated by an OB/GYN. So what are they saying? Hey, abortion is really no big deal. It's like having a yeast infection. Anyway, moving right along, there is some intrigue surrounding Gruesome Newsom's pick. The smiling cobra may face some backlash. I will tell you about that, and also name the co-winner of the happiest girl in the whole USA, happiest female in the whole USA, and that is coming up in mere moments. But right now, at 7:15, time to check traffic from the Paul Winkler WTN Traffic Center. Here's Jack. Music City weather, really the forecast for all of Middle Tennessee, with maybe a couple of temperature variables around the area. Well, it is summertime. It is summertime in the first week of October. High today, 88. Low tonight, 61. High tomorrow, a few clouds tomorrow. But the temp is still supposed to get up to 87. Currently, it's 61. And that's down a degree from when we started this whole thing, right after 5 a.m. But right now, at 7:16, let me let you in on a couple of things. First, a little intrigue from what used to be called the Golden State, what is now the People's Republic of California, willingly going totally third world with open borders in certain cities, San Francisco and Oakland, saying, hey, you're an illegal. Hey, cool, you can vote. You don't need to be a citizen. Right now, those are just for municipal school board elections. Oh, that's going to be great. But I digress. Here's the deal. Congresswoman Barbara Lee, with whom I served. See, the Dems are all into quotas now, but now the new word is equity. Not equality, equity, which means it's all about race. It's all going on here. And Congresswoman Barbara Lee figured that because, well, Gruesome Newsom said we're going to pick a black female for this role, she'd get it. But the reason Gruesome Newsom went with LaFonza Butler, even though she lives in Maryland, it's because she's a black female lesbian. So she's got that whole alternative lifestyle thing going on. Now, no known connections, but another happy female is New York State Attorney General Letitia James, because yesterday court proceedings started in the civil fraud case being brought against the 45th president, Donald John Trump. But yesterday, in front of the cameras, Tish James tried to tone down her happy thoughts about putting the 45th president in the slammer, or at least setting him back a notch in a lot of different ways. Take a listen to Cut 2.
Good morning, everyone. Donald Trump and the other defendants have committed persistent and repeated fraud. Last week, we proved that in our motion for summary judgment. Today, we will prove our other claims.
All right, we hope so. Yeah, right. She didn't do it. The other weird thing that happened, you remember the preliminary ruling last week where this goofy judge said, oh, yeah, Mar-a-Lago, it's only worth $18 million. You've perpetrated fraud, Mr. Trump, by inflating the value of what you have. And that's just so much horsepucky. I know Mar-a-Lago. I've been there a few times back in my days at Newsmax TV, headquartered there in the Palm Beach area. Let me tell you, the most sober market price for Mar-a-Lago would be at least $300 million. It ain't no $18 million. And that same goofy judge was smiling. Now, when we come back, something that'll turn your smile upside down into a frown and may have you ready, just an indigestion alert, you might want to upchuck your Rice Krispies. I hope not, but it comes from that same Letitia James, and that's straight ahead. It's 20 minutes past 7. It's JD Hayworth for Dan Mandis on Nashville's Morning News.
Hey folks, I'm Paul Winkler. One of the biggest decisions people have to make in retirement is how to take Social Security. You'll get all kinds of workshops about that, and you'll see all kinds of things about that particular topic. Because Social Security, for some people, it might be a third or even more of their income in retirement. So you want to get this decision right. Well, how do you make the decision? Well, one of the things we look at, there are programs we use. This is one of the simpler programs that we use right here. And I want to just show you how it works and how it actually unravels some of the misconceptions we have about Social Security. So we have two people here, they're age 60, and they're looking at filing for Social Security. One person has a retirement benefit of $2,500. That is their main benefit from Social Security at their full retirement age. The other one has a $500 benefit. And what we can do here, which is kind of cool, is look at this and say, okay, well, what if we have this person has that life expectancy and that person has that life expectancy there? And then what we do is we assume a certain cost of living increase in Social Security. What would be the optimal for taking the benefit where they get the most benefit or the most bang from their buck? And where we see the star, that shows that we would have the best benefit. Now, this is one person filing at age 67, the other person at age 70. Well, a lot of people think, well, I retire, I have to take Social Security at the same time that I retire, and that's not necessarily the case. As you can see here, one may take it at one age and one may take it at another, even though they're the same age right now. Now, the other thing we can do is say, well, what if I took it early? What if I took it at this particular age right here, where one person's 65 and the other one's 65? You can actually see how much it could cost in benefits. When we do this, we can see how much it might cost us and how much it might affect us negatively to do that. Now, the other thing we can do is we can play around the life expectancies, and we say, well, if this person lives to that age, now the cost is $187,000 in this particular example, taking it at that age right there. So you can see, based on your own life expectancy, and typically people will say, well, what did my parents live to, and come up with that type of data. So this is just part of the financial planning process that we use at Paul Winkler Inc. If you want to know more about what we do, you can get a free 15-minute phone call at our website, paulwinkler.com. We do financial planning, full financial planning. We do investing, education, and investing. We actually help people through those decisions, helping them set up their 401ks and those types of decisions, as well as risk management. But we don't get paid on commission. That's what makes us so different from other firms out there that do what we do. So if you want to find out more, go to paulwinkler.com.
Folks in the Concord Hunt subdivision of Brentwood told to stay indoors because two burglary suspects crashed a car and then took off running. Police are looking. Details on this story and more coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
And Ken Weaver's news, a little more than just 1 minute away. Time enough for an upchuck alert. We heard earlier from Attorney General Letitia James from the Empire State of New York. Here she is yesterday, pre-hearing of this civil fraud charge brought against President Donald Trump. And she does her moralizing right here. This is cut 3.
It's simple. No matter how powerful you are, no matter how much money you think you may have, no one is above the law.
Yeah, and no one should be below the law either, but wait a minute. Looks like a whole bunch of folks on the left are above the law. Of course, now, Hunter Biden got a head shave, and he's in court today in Delaware on the gun charge that should have been brought a long time ago. But in every Democrat jurisdiction where no one should be above the law, no one should be below it either. Not even the guy you fear and you hate, the 45th president, who may very well become the 47th president, Donald John Trump. Stand by for news. It's JD for Dan. It's Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
"7:30 on the dot this Tuesday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Going to tell you about what's going to be a 20-degree swing in temperatures during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. There's that breaking news in Williamson County this morning where police are searching a neighborhood in Brentwood after 2 burglary suspects crashed a car and took off running. People in the Concord Hunt subdivision were told to stay indoors while police surged. This is Concord Road and Haverhill Drive. A happy ending in New York. Dave Packer reports.
After a massive search for 9-year-old Charlotte Cena, who vanished from a park in upstate New York during a camping trip, state police announcing after a 48-hour search she's been found alive. They say she's in good health. New York Governor Kathy Hochul.
I promised her parents we'll find her daughter.
Charlotte has been reunited with her family, and police say a suspect is in custody.
Yeah, authorities used a fingerprint on a ransom note, they say, led them to 47-year-old Craig Nelson Ross Jr. and took him into custody. On the other side of the world, Pope Francis breaking with the Vatican's official position. Ines de la Cutera has more from the foreign desk.
Pope Francis suggesting there could be ways to bless same-sex unions, which he says would have to be decided on a case-by-case basis and should not be confused with sacramental marriage for heterosexuals. The Pope's comments came as he was responding to 5 conservative cardinals who wanted him to reiterate the Church's teaching on homosexuality. And this all comes ahead of a big meeting of LGBTQ Catholics.
Yeah, more than 450 people from around the world, cardinals, bishops, clergy, religious, and lay people taking part in this worldwide gathering. Right now in Nashville, members of the Community Oversight Board that investigates claims of police misconduct will be laid off as the city works to comply with the new state law. The law requiring local governments to dissolve community oversight boards and reconstitute them as civilian review boards. News 2 says a spokesperson for Mayor Freddie O'Connell's office says the mayor plans to recommend current Community Oversight Board Executive Director Jill Fitchard as the new director of the Community Review Board. Now, the Community Review Board will only allow the mayor-appointed members to refer complaints to law enforcement internal affairs units rather than allowing the board to independently investigate the complaints. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Nashville's morning news continues. JD Hayworth in for Dan Mandis, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Now, Brother Dan will be back Thursday. Tomorrow, we've got Cameron Smith, who will be behind the microphone handling the awesome responsibility of waking up Music City, USA. Now, I know when Dan gets back, and I know Pamela yesterday had well, I think she called it yesterday, Four Amigos, I guess, since she was the guest host. We'll let Brother Dan bring back the Three Amigos. Instead, it's My Big Ego. The feature for this morning, as you have been weighing in, if you need to get a hold of me, there are a couple of ways. If you want to talk spontaneously and unrehearsed with your special guest host and legend in his own mind, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. That is the number to call. However, if you're into that whole social media thing, LinkedIn is my business social electronic outlet of choice or internet outlet of choice. LinkedIn.com, J.D.Hayworth. The spelling of Hayworth, like Cousin Rita from the movies years ago. Cousin Todd in Nashville, well, he just spells Hayworth, H-A-W. But I digress. Ray Singer checks in. Perfect name for Music City. Ray writes, glad to hear you guest hosting on WTN this morning. You're always enlightening and informative. Thank you, Ray. Your remuneration will soon be in the mail. Checking in all the way from North Carolina, it's our old buddy Matt, who listens streaming audio that, of course, is found at 997WTN.com. And he writes on LinkedIn, talking about this being TV Trivia Tuesday when I'm here. Hey, JD, the free dinner at the uncle's house, is it Uncle Joe's? No, that would not be Joe Biden's place. Really, it belongs to us, the White House, but heck, Joe ain't there most of the time. He's mentally checked out. And he spends a whole lot of time in Delaware this summer at the shore, up the shore, or out the shore, as they say, in the middle Atlantic states. But old Joe basically is out to lunch the whole time. Which reminds me, I don't know if you've seen the video, Donald Trump in Iowa over the weekend decides to mimic Joe trying to get off stage. And, well, I'll let you look at that and hear his attendant comments to the point of what's going on in New York City. New York City, yes, again, New York City, with the proceedings in court where Mr. Trump is again today for this notion of civil fraud. More than a notion, yes, it is a law on the books there in New York State, but essentially what it is a chance to exercise blatant partisanship. It's not unlike the British definition of, as we were writing our Constitution, one idea put forth was, you know, in our Constitution, we talk about bribery, treason, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. Because the founders knew that, they had hoped that the country would go on and on and on. And they said, look, we don't know what the situations are going to be, so here are the broad strokes. Our British cousins, with the whole notion of impeachment used the term maladministration. And George Mason, for whom a university is named outside of Washington, George Mason, who in Virginia's documents, while our Declaration of Independence talks about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, George Mason's take was life, liberty, and the ownership of property, which when you get right down to it was pretty hip. Actually, George Mason thought, yeah, maladministration, we should put it in. James Madison had a whole different take. Said, no, you put maladministration in, it's going to be a political thing. And Madison prevailed, and let me credit, so I don't get a Joe Biden smack. This bit of constitutional history comes from our old buddy Mark Levin, also heard here on Super Talk 99.7. And of course, Mark Levin had the great and good sense to publicly endorse a certain Republican candidate for the U.S. Senate from Arizona in 2010, which would be moi. Well, that's the end of the segment called My Big Ego. When we come back, we'll hear from a guy with another healthy ego, the 45th President, Donald Trump, who may become the 47th president. But boy, the lawfare folks are after it. However, right now at 7:45, time to check in. What's the update from the Paul Winkler WTN Traffic Center? Here to provide it, well, Jack is back. No problem. Music City weather, well, it is, for the first week in October, it is as hot as that Nashville fried chicken, man. I mean, it's H-O-T hot today. High today, 88. Low tonight, 61. Right now, it is a rather autumnal 61 in Nashville. It wasn't a warm, fuzzy feeling, but Donald Trump was plenty hot yesterday when he stepped in front of the cameras for his pre-hearing statement. Now understand, the lackey lawyer for Joe Biden, no, not Merrick Garland, he's the Attorney General. The other lackey lawyer, Jack Smith, the so-called special counsel who's trying to get Trump, and the venue, of course, is Washington, D.C., where you can forget a jury of Mr. Trump's peers because they ain't no Republicans in D.C. except those who show up to represent other places in the country from in the Congress of the United States from across the country. There we go. That's what I'm trying to say. Forgive me if I got a little bit off. I promise you I'm not here to pull a Biden. It's not the pilot light flickering. But Trump lays it out, especially about New York State Attorney General Letitia James. This is clip 4.
And I think most people get it. People are getting it. I can tell you the voters getting it because every time they give me a fake indictment, I go up in the polls, and that's never happened before. But this is a disgrace, and you ought to go after this Attorney General because she's turning off everybody from coming in. You know, I don't know if you take a look at the outflow of business. Businesses are fleeing New York because of horrible, horrible attorney generals and judges like we have.
And the judge The guy who last week said, yeah, Trump, you committed fraud. You inflated the money you have and the real estate holdings. This is the guy who said Mar-a-Lago down in Florida is worth $18 million. There ain't no way that's true. New York Post ran a piece saying you talk to anybody in real estate in South Florida, and I know I used to live down there during my Newsmax TV days. That place is worth some money, at least $400,000. And if the market's right and the people got the deep pockets, some people say that Mar-a-Lago is actually closer. If it were put up, if Trump were going to sell it, he might very well get $1 billion for it. May sound crazy, but those are some of the estimates I've been hearing. When we come back, well, I see I've got a call here. Richard wants to talk about the guy I call the Smiling Cobra. You keep smiling. We'll be back to hear from Richard. It's 10 minutes till 8. It's JD for Dan on Nashville's Morning News.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
Right now, police in Brentwood looking for 2 burglary suspects and asking homeowners in the area to stay indoors. And a missing girl has been found safe in upstate New York with the help of some old-fashioned police work. These stories and more coming up at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
And Brother Ken Weaver's newscast is about 4 minutes away. Time at the tone, 7:56. Beep. All right. 615-737-WWTN, 615-737-9986. Richard's over in Smyrna. He's been waiting patiently. Good morning, Richard.
Good morning. First-time caller for your show. Wanted to call something that kind of distressed me a little bit. It's not, to me, strange that Governor Newsom, I call him that loosely, wants to appoint, of course, he said, I'm going to appoint a black woman to fill the seat of
Kamala,
the one that passed away. Yeah.
Oh, no,
and
yeah,
the name's floating. It's either going to be he said either wants Meghan Markle or Oprah Winfrey to fill. And so I thought both are worthless. Both are.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Markle, Markle.
Oprah's worth a whole lot of money. Maybe not politically, but she's worth a whole lot of money. And what I understood was Megan was talking about running for the seat. I don't think she was going to get appointed. But go ahead.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, it would be kind of ironically stupid the fact that we would. It's a shame, we went to war with these people. She's still a royal. I don't care what they say, but the fact that we go to a war with England to get out from under these people, and they're going to have a royal right in the Senate that gets appointed that would be dictating laws and passing laws to affect our lives, especially people from California. And it's just basically, she's been on welfare. Basically, they're on welfare. The world, in my mind, they're on welfare, public welfare. She's been on welfare since she got here. And she's going to continue to be on welfare because she'll not be working and collect the dime.
And you know something, Richard? I hope you'll continue to call. Great first call, the Smiling Cobra. That's Governor Newsom. Find out who else in TV had that nickname. I'll have that and more next hour. It's JD for Dan. This is Nashville's Morning News.
8 o'clock on the dot this Tuesday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, and I'm going to tell you about a 20-degree temperature swing in the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Right now in Williamson County, Brentwood police looking for 2 burglary suspects. They say crashed a car and took off running. Police telling people in the Concord Hunt subdivision to stay indoors if possible while they search. A missing girl has been found safe in upstate New York. Police say 9-year-old Charlotte Cena was in good health when they found her in a cabinet in a camper about 13 miles away from her home. Governor Kathy Hochul.
She appeared to be outwardly physically unharmed at the time.
4th grader went missing over the weekend at a popular camping site while biking with friends. Stephanie Ramos says a suspect's in custody. Police say he left a ransom note at the Cena family home.
Police say a fingerprint on the ransom note was matched to fingerprints from the suspect's arrest in this area in 1999 for driving while intoxicated. The governor says charges are expected in overnight. Charlotte's family releasing a statement saying they are so thankful and thrilled to have Charlotte home. They do understand this is not the outcome for everyone, but they are thankful.
Police are now trying to figure out if Charlotte's family was deliberately targeted. Right now in East Tennessee, hearts are heavy in the law enforcement community after the death of Knox County Deputy Tucker Blakely. Sheriff Tom Spangler announcing last night the 29-year-old Blakely was shot while responding to a domestic call on Sunday and succumbed to his injuries.
I want to make it clear that Officer Blakely is a hero. He lived as a hero. And he died a hero.
Deputy Blakely was on his last patrol detachment because he was selected to be a K-9 officer, and he leaves behind a wife and a 5-year-old son. Right now in Nashville, making housing more affordable will be on the agenda for the first meeting of the new Metro Council members today. Here's Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovac.
Metro Council members, they have a plan. It's called the Community Covenant, and it's aimed at helping make Nashville affordable and reduce poverty as well. Right now, there's thousands of new apartments under construction. In the last 2 years alone, more than 21,000 units were built, 89% of those being high-end apartment units. And a report from Rent Cafe says most of the construction happening now is centered in Davidson County, Murfreesboro, Gallatin, and Franklin.
Average rent for apartments in Nashville starts at $1,837. That's for a studio apartment. School safety also on the agenda. Metro Council members to vote on a resolution to accept a statewide school resource officer grant. But right now, Metro Police says it doesn't have enough manpower to put an SRO in every elementary school. They say they plan to once the department is fully staffed. Market Numbers report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Checking futures ahead of the opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures down 174. S&P down 28. NASDAQ down 122. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
And kicking off our final hour together today on Nashville's Morning News, Stuart Hamblin, the great country and gospel singer. This Old House, Rosemary Clooney may have had the hit with it, but Nashville knows it was Stuart Hamblin who wrote the song. Now, earlier I told the whole story that may have struck you as morbid, how Stuart and a buddy were hunting in the Sierra Nevada, found a cabin out where there was an old hound dog, kind of skinny, still sitting on the porch, but they went in and the old prospector who lived there had taken a detour from here to hereafter. But the purpose of Stuart writing that song was from the old prospector's notion of, hey, this house was mine. I'm gone, man. I'm going to go meet the saints. And he was happy. Reminds me of that great story in the Gospels. Remember Simeon? The story of Simeon? Every day he would go into the temple praying that he would receive a sign from God or actually get sight of the promised Messiah. And one of the others who was in there, I believe, was Anna the prophetess. And here come Joseph and Mary into the temple for all the rites of circumcision, and Simeon sees the Christ child. And what does he say? Now your servant can depart in peace, because you've shown me what I prayed for. That's a little paraphrase, but it's the same idea. Now, the house I'm talking about, our founders were so smart to call it the House of Representatives, because in the current structure set up in the early 20th century, where there are 435 members of the House, you get folks who are representative of so many different points of view, and you get a cross-section of people. And, you've heard me talk about one of my favorite people with whom I served, Bob Clement. Yeah, he was on the other side of the aisle, but in fact, Bob, in a previous appearance, not here on the morning news, but elsewhere during the broadcast day, Bob came to talk about his the book he had written, and of course his daddy was governor, and Bob growing up had a farm over at the governor's mansion, and all this great stuff going on. There's great stories. And yes, for every guy who you may disagree with philosophically, but you get along great personally, there may be some folks on your side of the aisle that things don't go so swimmingly. And I would refer you to what's going on in the House of Representatives right now, where Congressman Matt Gaetz of Florida has formally introduced a motion to vacate the chair. That means for the first time in over a century, if my math's correct, and that's always suspect, you would see a formal effort to take down a speaker. Now, a few folks who thought they were smart tried to pull that on Newt back when I was new to the House in his second term, and that was interesting. The guy who saved the day to get us back on an even keel was the late, great Sonny Bono of music fame and his previous both marriage and musical association with Cher. By the way, Sonny was a great guy. We were on the banking committee together, and Jim Leach of Iowa was the chairman. Jim kind of spoke like Kermit the Frog. And Maxine Waters was on that because she was the chairman last time the Dems had a majority. But also on that committee was Barney Frank of Massachusetts. You get going and going and going. And one day, Sonny comes over and he leans down and says, "Hey, take a listen to Barney. Doesn't he sound like Buddy Hackett doing his Vegas routine?" And you know it's true, because Barney would get talking and he sounded a lot like Buddy Hackett. You know, working the lounge at Caesar's Palace or wherever it was Buddy worked back in the day. But anyway, Kevin McCarthy, the speaker, is claiming that this whole thing from Matt Gaetz has a personality conflict thing. The other day, well, it was Sunday, in fact. And it's interesting because usually on the Sunday shows, the guys who always show up are United States senators. Yeah, a few members of the House make it on, but usually you have to be from party leadership or chairing a committee, or the way it was my first time on NBC's Meet the Depressed. Ostensibly, I was there to talk about border security, but the real reason I was there was because Tim Russert, at the behest of the Dems, had a thing he wanted to hit me with in the final 15 seconds of the show. And I'm not here to speak ill of the departed, but it was not such a clean trick, okay? When we come back, you'll hear Speaker McCarthy speak about the alleged personality animus that he says Congressman Gaetz has toward him, and also a not-so-veiled suggestion. But you have to listen closely for that. And then you'll also hear Congressman Gaetz counter on another Sunday morning show. But right now, it's 8:15, 8:15, means it's time to get an update on what's happening on the highways, streets, and byways from the Paul Winkler WTN Traffic Center. Hey, Jack, come on back. Well, it's summertime in October, or so it seems. High today, 88. Low tonight, 61. High tomorrow, a forecast 87. Then things will cool off. And in fact, the day, well, it's warming up. Currently 64 in Nashville. And in the House Republican caucus, really across the width and breadth of the United States House of Representatives, all 435 members, there is more than a bit of intrigue happening now that Matt Gaetz has filed a motion to vacate the chair. So Kevin McCarthy, the current speaker, was on Deface the Nation on CBS on Sunday. Margaret Brennan, one of the predictable cheerleaders for the left says, wait a minute, he's helping us milk this shutdown thing and giving Biden what he wants. So Margaret Brennan asks Speaker McCarthy, will you survive? Here's the way it went down. Take a listen to clip C.
15th ballot, but it took 15 for Kevin McCarthy. He says he's coming for you. Can you survive?
Yes, I'll survive. You know, this is personal with Matt. Matt voted against the most conservative ability to protect our border, secure our border. He's more interested in securing TV interviews than doing something. He wanted to push us into a shutdown, even threatening his own district with all the military people there who would not be paid, only because he wants to take this motion. So be it. Bring it on. Let's get over with it, and let's start governing.
Now, here's the thing, and thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, but it's really a new form of McCarthyism, if you will. I know that term was coined for Tail Gunner Joe, the Republican senator from Wisconsin back in the 50s, but wasn't it interesting? After the fall of the Soviet Union and all the archives were opened up, wasn't it interesting to find out the number of communists who actually were in the employ of the federal government? So old Joe wasn't totally delusional. And what McCarthy is doing, while he's talking about, oh, yeah, it's personal animus, and of course this guy's ambitious, he's a narcissist, but wait a minute, he represents Pensacola, Florida. You've got that Naval Air Station down there. You've got a whole lot of military jobs, and those guys would not be paid with a government shutdown. Guys are still on duty. Guys will be fed and clothed and armed. And I guess now in the new woke military, they'll be studying all about the different pronouns and the 56 different genders or whatever the hoo-ha is, in stark contrast to biology. But what he's saying is, yeah, you're going to face a primary challenge pulling this stuff, Matt Gaetz. When we come back, we'll hear from Congressman Gaetz. He, too, was doing a Sunday show. He, too, was on. The guy was so big a Democrat, his first gig on Capitol Hill was as the press secretary for a prominent Democrat from the Philadelphia area. All of that coming up in mere moments. It's 8:20.
Hey folks, I'm Paul Winkler. One of the biggest decisions people have to make in retirement is how to take Social Security. You'll get all kinds of workshops about that, and you'll see all kinds of things about that particular topic. Because Social Security, for some people, it might be a third or even more of their income in retirement. So you want to get this decision right. Well, how do you make the decision? Well, one of the things we look at, there are programs we use. This is one of the simpler programs that we use right here. And I want to just show you how it works and how it actually unravels some of the misconceptions we have about Social Security. So we have two people here, they're age 60, and they're looking at filing for Social Security. One person has a retirement benefit of $2,500. That is their main benefit from Social Security at their full retirement age. The other one has a $500 benefit. And what we can do here, which is kind of cool, is look at this and say, okay, well, what if we have this person has that life expectancy and that person has that life expectancy there? And then what we do is we assume a certain cost of living increase in Social Security. What would be the optimal for taking the benefit where they get the most benefit or the most bang from their buck. And where we see the star, that shows that we would have the best benefit. Now, this is one person finally at age 67, the other person at age 70. Well, a lot of people think, well, I retire, I have to take Social Security at the same time that I retire, and that's not necessarily the case. As you can see here, one may take it at one age and one may take it at another, even though they're the same age right now. Now, the other thing we can do is say, well, what if I took it early? What if I took it at this particular age right here, where one person's 65 and the other one's 65? You can actually see how much it could cost in benefits. When we do this, we can see how much it might cost us and how much it might affect us negatively to do that. Now, the other thing we can do is we can play around the life expectancies, and we say, well, if this person lives to that age, now the cost is $187,000 in this particular example, taking it at that age right there. So you can see, based on your own life expectancy, and typically people will say, well, what did my parents live to, and come up with that type of data. So this is just part of the financial planning process that we use at Paul Winkler Inc. If you want to know more about what we do, you can get a free 15-minute phone call at our website, paulwinkler.com. We do financial planning, full financial planning. We do investing education and investing. We actually help people through those decisions, helping them set up their 401ks and those types of decisions, as well as risk management. But we don't get paid on commission. That's what makes us so different from other firms out there that do what we do. So if you want to find out more, go to paulwinkler.com.
We'll tell you where police are telling neighbors to stay indoors while they look for two burglary suspects who crashed and then ran away. Coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Ken Weaver, less than 2 minutes away. Time to hear from Matt Gaetz. He showed up on CNN's State of the Union. It's very interesting. Jake Tapper's first gig out of school was as press secretary for Marjorie Margolis Mezvinsky, who was a TV news reporter, and then Jake started getting gigs. But Matt tries to tell his approach to the budget and the alleged shutdown and all of that hoo-ha. And Jake pretty much was giving him a tough time, but finally Matt gets his words in. Listen to clip D.
And then you work to iron out those differences. I believe the best way to advance the interests of the American people is for the House to take the most conservative position and then engage that negotiation. Where that negotiation has failed all Americans of all stripes is when it centers around what ornament you're going to hang on a continuing resolution or an omnibus bill. The responsible, sober, adult way to handle this is with individual spending bills open to amendment. And by the way, if people don't want to vote for the amendments that reduce salaries or cut spending or engage in programmatic analysis, they can vote no. And then the voters can hold people accountable.
Exactly. That's the key. Holding people accountable. Now, when we come back, it's more than accounting. It's more than math. It's language and the use of language. What is called in Washington a shutdown, you will discover the official way it is regarded, and you may be underwhelmed. But now you won't be overwhelmed because a friend brings you the news. Stand by for Ken. It's 8:30. It's JD for Dan. It's Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$8:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We'll tell you about this 20 temperature swing coming up, 20-degree temperature swing, I should say, coming up during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Right now in Williamson County, Brentwood police looking for two burglary suspects who crashed a car, then took off running in the Concord Hunt subdivision. Police telling people they're stay indoors if possible while they search. The suspect in the alleged kidnapping of a 9-year-old girl who went missing over the weekend has been arraigned and is being held without bail. Police say 9-year-old Charlotte Cena was in good health when they found her in a cabinet and a camper about 13 miles away from her home. Stephanie Ramos in Gainsport, New York.
Family and friends gathered at a vigil in upstate New York overnight, erupting in cheers the moment they got the news. Charlotte's family overcome, thanking the hundreds of rescuers who jumped into action after she disappeared at Moreau Lake State Park on Saturday while biking with friends. Police believing she was abducted.
And right now are trying to figure out if the family was targeted. Right now in Tennessee, the state attorney general's filed a complaint against Department of Homeland Security and Immigration and Customs Enforcement. This complaint claims ICE isn't being forthcoming with information about a plan to ship detainees from Louisiana to Tennessee. And President Biden's son, Hunter, will be in a federal courtroom in Wilmington, Delaware today to face charges he violated federal gun laws in 2018. Former President Trump back in a New York City courtroom today for day 2 of his civil trial, alleging he inflated the value of certain assets to get favorable loans and avert paying some taxes.
Trump does not have to actually attend the trial until he's called as a witness weeks from now, but he's been using his appearances here for fundraising, urging supporters to donate to a defense that has already cost his political action committee more than $6 million.
Yeah, the Attorney General there, Letitia James, wants Trump, his eldest sons, and his company to pay a $250 million penalty. Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. We are 2 minutes into the brand new trading day, and let's see where stocks stand. Looks like the Dow is in the red, down 128 points. Right now, the S&P is off 20 and the NASDAQ is off 79. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
22 minutes in front of 9, and following the news at 9, he'll lend a hand. Brother Chris Hand in. Oh, yes, this is Nashville's Morning News. This is not Dan Mandis. The recovering Congressman JD Hayworth behind the microphone today. Cameron Smith will be behind the mic tomorrow. You and I have some things to talk about. My purpose is not to get down in the weeds about the so-called, the threat of a government shutdown. Were that to happen, it would have been the 22nd such occurrence in our history. I believe these things started in our bicentennial year of 1976. Interesting dynamic at work there. Gerald R. Ford was president of the United States, the former House Republican leader. Democrats controlled the Congress as they had since 1952, as they would continue to do until the elections of 1994. So technically, more than technically, it was January of 95 when you had the first Republican majority in 40 years, and it's like the biblical notion of the children of Israel wandering in the wilderness for 40 years. I mean, that's a long time. And the Dems got thinking that the House majority was basically a lead pipe cinch, or maybe even a birthright. But let me reveal to you what the so-called shutdown is really called. Technically, by the budgeteers, by, dare I say it, the Washington bureaucrats and different support staff, it ain't called a shutdown. It's technically a temporary furlough of non-essential federal employees. Doesn't mean the military goes on a long coffee break. Yeah, there may be situations where paychecks get there later, but our fighting men and women, or the way it used to be when they weren't worried about different pronouns and all that attendant hoo-ha, they're fed and clothed and armed. So just understand that. By the way, sorry, I just can't resist a rabbit trail on this. So silly Mark Milley is finally gone as chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Good riddance to Ivy League educated rubbish. This guy is a contemporary of mine, a 1958 baby. Got to give a hat tip to Tucker Carlson in his new web-delivered videos. It was Tucker Carlson who reminded us that Mark Milley and a guy, I'll still call him a guy, who you now know as Rachel Levine, the dude with all his man parts who wears an admiral's uniform as the Undersecretary of Health for our federal government. Well, silly Mark Milley and Richard, now Rachel Levine, played high school football at the same Tony, Massachusetts prep school. And when I say Tony, I don't mean Tony, Massachusetts. I mean one of the highfalutin prep schools of the day. I'm just going to, Milley gave a speech, as Victor Davis Hanson said in a recent column, never mentioning Donald Trump, but it was all about Trump. This country has no dictators. He's like trying to wrap himself in the Constitution. Okay. Mark, because you don't deserve to be called a general in my book. Mark, why don't you tell us what went wrong in Afghanistan, why there was no orderly transition, how the Taliban ended up with one of the world's largest air forces, and how we ended up with all the Afghans clinging to our transport aircraft, and how we got a lot of people here who were never even vetted. Not to mention all the other attendant hoo-ha and retreat. Well, let me just tell you, the other thing you need to know is the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs, he is wound way tight. Air Force General Charles Brown, the guy did a tape when all the Floyd stuff was going on in 2020, giving his political opinions. And he starts to unload on, my sister and I, the only two African-American children in this school. The guy went off as if he were a victim of a pretty good education. I guess that was his audition tape for Biden. At any rate, one of the problems in the House is the fact that we aren't following regular order. By that, there's supposed to be 12 appropriations bills. The House only has 4 of them ready. Speaker McCarthy's supposed to be in charge of the House. Make the trains run on time. We'll see what happens with the motion to vacate. A lot of folks are saying that Matt Gaetz is way out over his skis. Well, he may be that, but I'll tell you what, sometimes to get the proper cleaning, it takes dramatic action. More to come right now at 8:45, 8:45. Time for another check of traffic from the Paul Winkler Traffic Center. Jack's here to keep us on track. .46 Nashville weather. Warm today, high 88. Low tonight 61, currently 66 in Music City and other locations in Middle Tennessee. Getting back to the whole notion of who leads the House. Before I was elected, there was a huge book that was written. It really makes for great reading. And having said that, I remember the title of the book, not the author. The guy, I remember, used to be a graduate assistant football coach at LSU. He's got my name is John David Hayworth. They called me JD. I know his first name is John. The name of the book was The Ambition and the Power. And it had to do with the rise and fall of Jim Wright as the House Speaker. Now, in talking to Newt Gingrich about that, they say, yeah, the guy couldn't stand it. He was going to write a great book on how this whole Jim Wright thing was this rise. And then here I came starting to do research on Jim Wright and the education of a public man, a book arranged to basically bring in some money for old Jim. By making every union guy in the country buy the book or things of that effect. And Newt said, yeah, that guy hated me because I had to change his book. Boy, it's amazing to read what happens. There's some hoo-ha from the History Channel on when Republicans finally won back the House. And the gal writing it said, well, this kind of, the Republicans' victory ushered in an uncivil time in our nation's history and all this. No, it didn't. The fact is the Dems were shocked that they lost. And it's not exactly like they did highbrow debate once we took over. It was Clinton, those folks coming out going, these people want to deprive school children of meals, and all sorts of other hoo-ha, which had no basis in fact. But boy, their fellow travelers in the press lapped that sewage up like it was the finest fare to consume and pass along to others. Back to the leadership race, it's interesting to look at the dynamics. Nancy Mace of Charleston, South Carolina, has kind of set herself up as like the female McCain of the House. And she's saying, I haven't made up my mind about who should be leader. A lot of folks are angling. And when McCarthy said this thing about Gates wasn't personal, well, yeah, there are a couple of things going on with some ethics investigations that I got to tell you, to me, look like the whole deal down in Texas with Attorney General Ken Paxton, where the Bush machine, when George P. couldn't get elected Attorney General, decided to go after old Ken Paxton. Look, I've been there, done that. I'll tell you that story one day about when you get crosswise with the Bushes. Even George W. thereby hangs a tale. When we come back, we close out with a little more TV trivia. A familiar tune, but you may be surprised to know that there are words to the tune. It's 8:50. It's JD for Dan. It's Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
Burglary suspects on the run. Residents asked to stay indoors in Brentwood. We'll tell you exactly where. A suspect in the alleged abduction of a 9-year-old girl in upstate New York has been arraigned. And a vote to give House Speaker Kevin McCarthy the boot may be very soon. These stories and more at 9 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
And Ken Weaver will have those stories for you in less than 5 minutes. In fact, time at the tone, 8:56. Beep. Now, a couple of minutes before we go, TV Trivia Tuesday. You've heard the song. When you hear it, you hum it, you whistle it, but it's got lyrics. It's the theme to the Dick Van Dyke Show a few years back on Rachel Ray's daytime talk show. Mary Tyler Moore, who was still with us at the time, sitting beside Dick Van Dyke. Dick sings the song, sound effects by Mary Tyler Moore, the theme to the Dick Van Dyke Show, clip 8H. As worthy of applause. And the clincher is, do you know who wrote the lyrics? The guy who played Buddy Sorrell, Maury Amsterdam, who was no stranger to writing songs. As a lyricist, he is credited with the wartime hit of the Andrews Sisters about a certain beverage. Can you say rum and Coca-Cola? Sure you can. I gotta say, it's time for me to go. For Dan Mandis, JD Hayworth, stay brave, stay free, stay tuned. Thanks for listening to Nashville's Morning News. The news, followed by Chris Hand, is next.